Ah,
Everybody to just reconvene back to your locations. We have a few people I see who are still missing, but they'll come back soon. And so we'll move on with this part of the program. Yes.
What is it? Okay.
You could have bridged that. Yeah, that's a mess. Yeah.
Fali Chavez Augustin was raised in the eastern community of Speyside, Tobago. He holds a Bachelor of Arts double major degree in linguistics and international relations from the University of the West Indies, Mona. His passion for politics was ignited during his tenure on the executive of the Students' Guild while at the university. He worked as communications officer at the DEN, Division of Education, Youth Affairs and Sport in Tobago, and as an educator at the Speyside High School. During his tenure, he served in middle management as the lead for developing the student council and the prefect system at the school. Additionally, he conceptualized a program to transition first-generation tertiary students into university. Chief Secretary Augustine was also instrumental in advocating for his colleagues in the teaching service. He was a fierce proponent of the regularization of contracted teachers and the improvement in remuneration for primary school teachers. A strong believer in the power of community, he served as the vice president of the CD's Football Club and was a long-standing member of the Speyside Village Council. He also contributed to the formation of the Speyside Steel Sensations, the alumni outfit of the Speyside High School Steel. He was elected as the area representative for the electoral district of Palatuver in Lansfamy and Speyside in Tobago in 2017 and was re-elected to that same constituency in 2021. He is currently the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, and his vision is to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. He's also a devoted husband and father and enjoys traveling and baking, could you imagine, in his leisure time. What leisure time, I imagine. I would like to see that. Ladies and gentlemen, online and in person, I introduce to you to bring his presentation, his keynote presentation, titled Roadmap to Inclusive Education in Tobago, the Honorable Farley Augustine, Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Ms. James, Chair of the Caribbean IFIP and Chairperson of this G20 Inclusion Summit. Allow me to also recognize, in his absence, Congressman Maurici of Sao Paulo, Dr. Sobel, Chief Executive Officer, International Forum of Inclusion Practitioners, Mr. James Bloomfield, Head of Community, IFIP, Mr. Mitian, Chief Technology Officer, Talent Education Group, Ms. Cynthia Piccini, National Lead of the Brazilian IFIP, other regional and country leads, delegates from the Caribbean, South and Central America, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. You know, I'm delighted to be here in Brazil, and in particular in Sao Paulo. This is my first time to your beautiful country. As a matter of fact, this is my first time to South America. So Brazil and Sao Paulo has the distinct honor of hosting me in South America for the first time in my not so very long lifetime. Interestingly, Ms. James, thank you for the introduction. As an interesting coincidence is that Ms. James was a former teacher of mine. So when I entered secondary school, or high school as you may call it, Ms. James at that time was a high school teacher. And she was one of those that taught me for the first 3 years at high school before she moved on to tertiary level education and teaching. So I'm more than happy to support the work she's doing, and of course support the very important work that all of you are doing in your respective jurisdictions. Today my presentation themed Roadmap to Inclusive Education in Tobago. And what I will attempt to do is to use Tobago as a small island developing state to create an example for how we can, in fact, achieve inclusive education. I will also use Tobago to show that there are peculiar challenges that SIDS face, peculiar challenges that small territories like mine face, and that sometimes when we make the decisions in the boardroom, in the international places, sometimes it's not considered how difficult it might be for small island territories and small jurisdictions generally to actually implement. And so I'm happy to share with you the Tobago perspective. I bring you warm greetings from Tobago. In fact, while I am here, my island is gearing up for its carnival. Trinidad and Tobago is a beautiful country, 2 islands, 2 carnivals. So we do celebrate a carnival in February as a pre-Lenten festival, at the same time you do in Brazil. And then for us in Tobago, we celebrate a unique Tobago Carnival in October, which is essentially the last of the carnivals globally and the start of our season nationally. So I am missing all the fun stuff there to be here with you because the work here is significant and one that I think that requires significantly more global attention.
You should have done a carnival here.
So let's get into the presentation. So let's start by looking at Trinidad and Tobago and how our island is situated. Trinidad and Tobago, we are located in the Southern Caribbean. We are the southernmost Caribbean territory. We enjoy the benefit of being Caribbean, but also having some South American geology and ecosystems. It's a twin island republic. We are an archipelagic state, meaning that we have two main islands, but we have several small islands and islets that form the country that is Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago, in particular, is significantly smaller than Trinidad. We are only 116 square miles, so we are essentially 15 times smaller in size than where we are right now. And so you get to understand contextually how our small geography and the small population come with both opportunities and challenges. Next slide, please. So we're going to go into some contextual issues surrounding education and inclusive education where Tobago is concerned. So Trinidad and Tobago is a constitutional republic. We were former colonies of Great Britain. In 1962, we became an independent territory, but that was not enough for us. We went a step further and we got rid of the then queen or the monarch as head of state. And so we are a constitutional republic. We are the smaller, Tobago is the smaller of the two islands, and you can go to the next slide. The smaller of the two islands. Our population at the last census is just around 69,000, which accounts for 5.1% of the national population. Nationally, with just over 1.4 million people in the country. So as a country, as a whole, we are still relatively small. However, we are the second largest English-speaking Caribbean territory. The distinction of being the largest English-speaking Caribbean territory by virtue of population size would be Jamaica. And the largest English-speaking Caribbean territory by virtue of geography is actually located here in South America, beautiful Guyana. Tobago is administered by an island government that is known as the Tobago House of Assembly. So we have devolved the powers and responsibilities. If you can perhaps think for a moment of what exists in the United Kingdom, where you will have Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and so forth, being part of the whole that is known as United Kingdom. Similarly, Tobago enjoys some devolved responsibilities across 33 plus areas as enshrined by both the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Act number 40 of 1996. And one of the areas which the Tobago House of Assembly has governance or exclusive governance control over is education, including curriculum. That's part of the devolved responsibility of the teacher. And you will see a little later on how we have been utilizing such authority to ensure that a small place like Tobago can achieve inclusivity with education. Let's look a little bit at the legislative and policy framework of the Tobago House of Assembly and how that works for us. So our 1976 Republican Constitution promotes and protects fundamental human rights. As a matter of fact, education and and the right of a parent to choose a school for their charges is actually enshrined in our Constitution. And so we have a situation where when we are doing our placement examination for secondary school, for example, parents get an opportunity to select options for which their child will pass or be promoted or matriculated into one of those options. Similarly, parents have total control over which kindergarten and primary school their children attend. So that choice is enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic. You can actually go to the next slide. The Tobago House of Assembly, Act 40 of 1996, established by Section 141D of the Constitution, provides the legal basis and authority for the Tobago Island government. And we also rely on Education Act number 7 of 1966 and the Equal Opportunity Act number 69 of 2000 that outline the philosophical and legislative underpinnings for the provision of inclusive education for all learners. And allow me to pause there for a bit, because for a very small country, we have a very liberalized education system. And that might be owing to the fact that we are multicultural in nature. We have large Indo-Trimbigonian population, a large Afro-Trimbigonian population. We have Chinese, Syrians, Europeans. So we have quite a healthy potpourri of people existing. And because of that, we have quite a lot of variance in terms of religions and also belief systems. And so we are forced to have an education system that caters for all. Almost every single religious body in the country has claimed to owning at least one school in this space for which they can have interspersed with the regular curriculum religious education. That means that culturally, in our schools, for example, it is very normal to walk into a classroom and see a child, a student, a pupil with Rasta hairstyle and Rasta philosophies, and that's pretty normal. And in the same classroom, you will have a young lady wearing a hijab. And in the same classroom, you will have someone that's Hindu. And in the same classroom, you will have a teacher that might be Christian. Yeah. And then when we talk in Christianity, we have everything from Catholicism to Anglicanism and all the Protestant faiths you could possibly think of existing in the same classroom, the same space. It also means that throughout the academic year, a class is learning about Diwali, and next week we have Diwali as a national holiday. So the entire country stops and celebrates Diwali. And in the same academic year, we will celebrate Eid, and the entire country will stop and celebrate Eid for the Muslims, and the entire country will stop and celebrate Easter and Christmas for the Christians. And the entire country will stop and celebrate spiritual Baptist, which is our only syncretic religion in the country. So our diversity forces us to be quite inclusive in the delivery of our education. And I pointed out the two pieces of legislation that we rely on to achieve inclusivity. We are also signatory to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the TNT affirms its commitment to the fundamental principle of equal opportunity by acknowledging the right of all children to receive education without discrimination. And if you should do a Google search on us, you will find that that matter has been tested in our courts over and over again, and our courts have always upheld the principle of inclusivity. Inclusive education was adopted at the Salamanca World Conference in 1994. Next slide, please. We also look at the Dakar World Education Conference in 2000, and that reinforced the urgency of reaching marginalized groups. Trinidad and Tobago participated in these conferences, and we signed those accords in their respective agreements. We also have the National Policy on Persons with Disability, 2000, and that advocates for the provision of adequate support for children with disabilities as a priority. And that is one of the areas that we will admit we have some more work to do on, but we are in fact getting there. We are in fact providing in our schools, for example, additional teaching support for children who are disabled, and providing for them special caretakers and guides in the school to ensure that they can have equal education with their peers. And we're talking about in an integrated way, in the same school system as other children. And we like to think that they are not disabled, but they are differently abled. That's how we frame it nationally. They are differently abled, and so we make provision to take care of the differently abled in our midst. The Ministry of Education has an inclusive education policy in 2009, and that conceptualizes inclusivity as a development process of addressing and responding to the diversity of needs of all learners through increasing participation in learning, cultures, and communities. The Ministry of Education, in its Target 2015, Education for All action plan, promotes the learning potential of learners in a more universal and equitable manner. And so we have doubled down on our laws by creating policies through our Ministry of Education that essentially provides a manual for how schools and educational districts are to operate when it comes to inclusivity or inclusive education. Next slide, please. Well, it just so happens that I am an educator for life. I taught in the classroom for 7 consecutive years before entering politics. So I too have some experience teaching, and I taught at the secondary school level. I can also tell you as recent as in the month of May, I taught in the classroom in the month of May, as helping to prepare some students in secondary school for examination. And I essentially returned to the secondary school I taught at to guest lecture the class for, that's about 5 lectures I did, and online teaching. So I make time to be an educator constantly. And that is so that as a policy maker, I can remain up to date with what the challenges are in the classroom. I don't want to take it for granted that the challenges I faced when I was an educator remain the same. Of course, times have changed. I was last a full-time teacher in 2017, and because time has changed, I want to ensure that we are constantly in line with what is required for today. Next slide, please. So these are the pillars of education policy for Tobago. And it all hinges on what we call quality education. We're looking at access, we're looking at equity, we are looking at quality, we are looking at inclusion, and we are looking at lifelong learning. So access simply is about ensuring we have sufficient spaces for all our students, and more than sufficient spaces, ensuring that the spaces are suitable even for those who are differently abled. Which simply means that our Division of Education actually spends time investing in simple things like wheelchair ramps and railing and guide rails, and access points and winding doorways and so on to make room for those who are differently abled. Equity speaks to the fact that we try to treat all of our schools equally. And that means that even when schools are private in nature, we as a government, we lend support and resources to them so that they can, in their private capacity, in their private schools, deliver an education that's equal to those in the public school system. Quality, and that has to do with ensuring that our teachers are constantly retooled, they are retrained, that they have all the ICTs available, all equipment available. And of course, that is one of the areas of a challenge for a small island developing state, because education tools are not cheap. And if you're into education, you know how expensive it is to provide the most up-to-date equipment for our classrooms. So it's expensive. It also means that, given that as a country, we don't produce the technology that we need to put in our classroom to ensure that the quality is of international best practice, it means that we are importing the technology, which means it comes to us at a much higher cost than in the developed world. And that's something that we have to look at globally if we are going to look at inclusive education. It must mean inclusive education on the global stage must also mean that countries have equal access to the latest technology and information when it comes to education. And of course, we look at inclusion, and I spoke to you earlier, I mentioned earlier about how we are being inclusive, how we are providing the support staff, how we are integrating them into the classroom, how we are providing simple things like transportation to take them, children to school, including those who are differently abled, and ensuring that those who are differently abled are traveling on buses that are not as cramped or not as compact as the other children and so on. So all that is part of inclusion. And of course, when we talk about lifelong learning, we're talking about not just teaching in the classroom, but migrating what happens in the classroom to our communities, through our community centers and our social institutions. So we ensure the entire society is always learning. Next slide, please. We are going to look at the educational landscape. So let's start with early childhood care and education in our next slide. Our early childhood population consists of pupils primarily between the ages of 3 and 4. You may have some going to 5, and we have some institutions that may take them at age 2. However, as far as public education goes, we provide free early childhood education, care and education, to all citizens who require it from the ages of 3 to 4. We have on the island of Tobago an estimated cohort of 2,164 early childhood care and education pupils. The early childhood care and education network distributed throughout the island comprises of 12 government-assisted ECCEs. And when we say government-assisted in our school system, we have a hybrid education model where private enterprise, private schools, private educational institutions can actually partner with the government, and they become government-assisted. So some responsibilities are retained by the private practitioners, but some of it is provided by the government. So for example, in the government-assisted ECCEs or government-assisted schools in general, the government or my government, we take care of all of the infrastructural needs, all of the bill needs. So if the roof leaks, we fix it. If the toilets are problematic, we fix it. If part of the school needs to be built, we fix it. If a new school has to be built, we build it. So we take care of the infrastructural needs. We pay the teachers for those government-assisted schools, and we allow the private enterprise to retain some responsibility for the education delivery. So you may find, for example, those that are religious in nature may want to plug into the curriculum some element of religious education, and we allow for that. So we have 12 government-assisted ECCEs. We have 5 serve-all centers, and you should be aware of serve-all. Serve-all is global in nature. And we have 37 privately registered early childhood care and education centers. So if you look at 37 plus 5 plus 12, we may very well have in Tobago a greater school-to-student ratio in Tobago than anywhere else in the country when it comes to early childhood care and education. Certainly a greater teacher-to-student ratio and greater classroom seats to population ratio than anywhere else in the country. And you will recognize that our effort to support even those in the private sector is our attempt at ensuring that there's inclusivity all around. All ECCEs are governed by the Education Act, Chapter 3901, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, Chapter 8808, and the Children's Community Residences, Foster Care and Nurseries Act, 2000, and other pieces of legislation related to the welfare and safety of children. So we do have strong legislation that governs even those who are in the private sector delivering ECCE. But because we have such heavy government input, we in fact have universal access for all. And a dedicated ECCE unit that monitors and sets curriculum for all registered ECCE, among other duties. So we have a unit set up that monitors, that evaluates, and ensure that the delivery is on par with global standards. As we say at home, if it's not monitored, it is not done, right? You have to monitor it in order to ensure that you are meeting the targets. Let's look at primary schools now, so we can move to the next slide. Our primary school enrollment consists of approximately 6,600 children between the ages of 5 to 11 years on average. You can be in our primary school system up until age 14, after which there will be mandatory matriculation into the secondary school system. But on average, our primary school pupils are between the ages of 5 and 11, and we have 6,600 pupils in primary school. We have 39 primary schools, that's both government-owned and government-assisted. And I want you to think about it, 39 primary schools with 6,600 pupils. That's a very good ratio as well. Our primary schools exist in virtually every community. So what we have done in Tobago is that we view our communities as villages. And I know, I remember when I was at university, my friends from Jamaica used to laugh when I talk about my village, because to them, village songs are very third world and very small. But we are happy to refer to our community as villages, because we take pride in being very small, being very cohesive, being together. And what the government over the years have attempted to do is to place a primary school in every one of these villages so that it is very easy access-wise for our pupils to have access to primary education. So you don't have to travel far. Every pupil has the opportunity to walk to school. I walked to school when I was a pupil, and I walked home from school as a pupil at both ECCE and primary school. Now with modernity, parents are driving their children to school, and parents may opt to send their pupils to schools outside of their respective villages, closer perhaps to where they work, for example. That too is allowed, but we do have a good concentration of primary schools to allow for the inclusiveness. We have 439 teachers. So think of 439 teachers for 6,600 pupils. Again, that's a good ratio. It just simply means that my wage bill is enormous. And every month I must find the money to pay that wage bill. And the head public servant for our Division of Education is actually in the room observing. So she knows what it is to manage those payments to those 439 teachers, and not just their regular salaries, but all of their increments and all of their allowances and benefits that were negotiated by their union. So we take care of that. So our student to teacher ratio is actually 15 pupils to 1 teacher. Think of that for a moment. 15 pupils to 1 teacher is our ratio. That might very well be a little superior to international standards for the pupil to teacher ratio in primary schools. All students complete the secondary entrance assessment, and they are guaranteed a space in our secondary school system. So we also have universal secondary education. Allow me to pause there and let you know that it's not all rosy. My personal viewpoint, and I know this is being telegraphed home, but my personal viewpoint is that the secondary entrance assessment is really not the best placement test for pupils. It's high demanding, it's exhausting, it is terrifying. It is better than what it was when I was a pupil. When I was a pupil, we had something called common entrance, and you either pass or fail. And because in those days, and that was in the 90s when I left primary school, in those days we did not have sufficient secondary school places, so you could have passed in those days and not make it to secondary school. Now there is universal secondary education. All students are afforded a place in a secondary school by right, but I have challenges with the secondary entrance assessment. But I admit that there is a portion of the population, albeit a powerful, wealthy, vociferous minority, who believes that we must maintain this system because it suits, of course, the sort of elitism that they require, and allows them to have their children who can afford all the extra lessons and all the paid tutoring and extra support to make it into what they may deem the prestigious schools, while they allow the rest of our pupils to matriculate into the other secondary schools. But if I have my way personally, and it is something my government is considering and looking at, we will find an alternative to the secondary entrance assessment program, because it goes against the philosophy of inclusiveness. And what we ought to really have is an assessment program that runs through the life of their primary school, and perhaps zone our pupils into geographic location, and ensure that all schools, regardless of geography, are teaching the same things and are at the same level in terms of delivery and access to resources. So let's move to secondary schools now. Our secondary school population consists of approximately 4,800 young adults between 11 and 17 years old. That's the average age. Of course, we have a few who will be a little older than 17. That's if they made it into secondary school at age 14, or between 11 and 14. And a very, very few who will make it at age 10. The one challenge we have with inclusiveness that we need to work on is that our system is very rigid and not very flexible. So it means that you are not allowed to do the secondary entrance assessment if you are under a certain age. So let's say your your child is extremely brilliant, is a talent, and can do the SEA examination at age 8 or age 9. Our system is not flexible enough and will not allow them to do the examination, which I think is absolutely crazy. But that's a policy handed down from the Ministry of Education at the central government level. And I wish someday some parent of some bright child will just challenge it, because I don't see how that flies in the face of our education that allows for equality. And it simply means that if you have a super talented child who could potentially make it into university at age 15, our system does not allow them to do so, because it's pretty rigid in terms of what age you must be to do the examination. So that's one of the flaws in our system that doesn't recognize talent regardless of age. Our secondary school system comprises 7 government-owned and 2 government-assisted institutions. So most of our, sorry, that should be 6 government-owned, there's an error on the slide, and 3 government-assisted institutions. And the 3 government-assisted institutions are religious in nature. One is Anglican, one is Seventh-day Adventist, and one is Pentecostal in nature. We have 425 teachers, and that's 425 teachers for 4,800. And our student-to-teacher ratio in secondary school, 11 students to 1 teacher. So you see why my wage bill is high. So we have, as our ratio, 11 students to 1 teacher in our secondary school system. There is significant excess capacity, particularly in rural communities such as Mason Hall, Speyside, and Roxborough. So we do have schools with excess capacity. So if you're looking at this presentation from Tobago, Tobago might just be a very good place to make more babies. We will welcome it. And don't worry, that advice is not for me. I'm on one and I am quite happy with the one storm that I have in my household.
Is that official government policy?
That's official government policy. So let's look at post-secondary education. In particular, let's look at technical and vocational education and training, or what we call TVET. So our official policy is that we must operate a parallel system, meaning that technical vocational education must have parallel importance to traditional academia. We're talking inclusivity. Inclusivity has to also include what is actually taught. When I went to school, most of our schools focus on the old grammarian school concept, the old British grammarian school concept, and where we taught pupils and taught students to be doctors and lawyers and teachers, some good civil servants, and God forbid, a good politician. But we have recognized that there is a need to place equal opportunities, equal resources, equal support, equal prestige on technical vocation education training. So here we have 3 major centers, and these centers offer a wide range of certified courses and training, and they are offered in areas like plumbing, technical drawing, electrical wiring, auto mechanic repairs, welding, masonry, carpentry, etc. We have TVET programs in Tobago that can help people move from this immediate post-secondary phase into tertiary level TVET education, meaning that you can enter our program, study auto mechanics, for example, and you can make your way through this system to doing mechanical engineering at a later tertiary institution, such as the University of the West Indies or the University of Trinidad and Tobago, just as examples. In those institutions, we ensure we double down on literacy and numeracy support. The option exists to progress to other institutes for higher levels of certification. A vocational training program caters to persons 15 years and over in a wide range of areas, including cosmetology, mixology, agro-processing, and small appliance repair. On average, we have 2,000 participants registering annually. It's also important to note that in our traditional secondary schools now, we, outside of the separate and distinct TVET centers, in our traditional secondary schools, we offer some of these technical programs for certification by the Caribbean Examination Council that more or less underwrites all the examinations for practically the entire Caribbean region, especially in particular the Anglophone or English-speaking Caribbean territories. Let's look at tertiary education now. So the first chart you will see there, that's not the number of students from Tobago in tertiary education, but that's the number of scholarships, the number of financial support we give to individual students in tertiary level education. So in 2019-2020, we gave scholarships to 147 students. 2020 to 2021, we gave scholarships to 88 students. And of course, that dip happened because we also had COVID happening. 2021-2022, we went up to 149. 2022 to 2023, we gave scholarships to 181 new students. And so far, for this fiscal year, we have given scholarships to an additional 59 students. And that's scholarships to go studying. And in most instances, we cover most of the tuition costs for these lucky recipients. Outside of that, we have a national policy where if you attend a national university that's accredited or a regional university that is accredited, such as the chain of University of the West Indies, as an example, you will benefit from a program we call GATE, Government Assistance for Tertiary Education, and you get that assistance to cover tuition once it is your family income is beneath a particular threshold. The threshold, I believe, is if the family income is beneath 20,000 TT dollars, of our dollars. It's approximately what, $1.20 of my dollar to your Brazilian currency. So you could do the math. So there's that program. We also have a program where the government can underwrite loans, student loans, where students are allowed to take loans without a collateral, without a down payment, and the loan guarantee is given by the government. And those loans for education are repaid only after the student graduates university. And they're given a little time to find a job and to start repaying. So those programs are available in addition to the scholarships that the Tobago House of Assembly offer. And we tend to offer our scholarships in specialized areas of need, such as child psychology, physiotherapy, language and speech therapy, music art therapy, among others. So we look for the areas of greatest need in Tobago, and we offer scholarships in those areas. So at the end of the day, the society benefits. And those lucky recipients, the requirement is not to repay the government or the people with money, but to repay by way of returning home and giving service to country. Let's move to the next slide. Inclusivity and the curriculum. And let's look at the primary level. Next slide. Tobago primary schools, we currently use the national curriculum as it is geared towards the secondary entrance assessment. We, however, established the Tobago Curriculum Committee, and that committee was established to create a Tobago-centric curriculum, one that will incorporate more elements of the island's history, culture, and identity for both primary and secondary school students. So while we use the national curriculum, we have a committee that's currently engaged, that's looking at how we can teach our students more of themselves. Good education is about preparing students who know themselves, who know their local space, but who can also act and think globally. And because Tobago is the smaller of the two main territories in the country, what we find happening from time to time is that our history, our culture, our identity is lost in the teaching modules. They are not included as they should be in the national teaching modules. And so to achieve inclusiveness, where our culture is also part of the framework, we establish a committee that's looking at how we can introduce a Tobago-centric curriculum into what we offer in Tobago. Next slide, let's look at inclusivity and the curriculum in the secondary level. The philosophy of the administration is to maintain the dual-track system, as I explained before, by placing equal emphasis and investment on vocational and academic learning opportunities for students. You know, at one time we thought that to prepare students to be the best they can be in the world, we needed to give them a very traditional academic education. They needed to go and get all the lovely PhDs and so on, and they will be best for society. And then we realized that we have problems in the labor force because we're not getting the skilled labor that is required to ensure that we can drive the country's development. And so we are providing equal support for both tracks of education. Next slide. And allow me to speed towards the end, because I'm aware I've gone over my time. That's the unfortunate thing about inviting a politician and giving him a microphone. We tend not to be conscious of time when we're speaking. So we look at inclusivity and educational infrastructure. And so notwithstanding the vast majority of our school facilities are aged, we are retrofitting them. We are the ones spending the monies, building the wheelchair ramps, the lifts, the handrails, and preparing for differently abled in our schools. Further plans are in train to rebuild one of our largest secondary schools as an inclusive smart school at a projected cost of TT 400 million. And over the last 4 years, we have spent over TT $100 million in school upgrades. Next slide, let's look at what's happening in our actual classrooms. We make special provisions for students in the class and formal assessment. We have flexible assessments that include presentations, projects, or online learning. Across the diversity spectrum, there are several student support services available, such as social workers, safety officers, guidance counselors, rehabilitation centers, and so on. And even at the highest levels of our examination within our system, we can in fact provide for students guided examinations. We have instances where students will even have a reader, where students will be given more time, additional time than their counterparts to be able to finish regional exams because they are differently abled. Next slide. Our challenges will be that while we are able to include things like music and art therapy and all of these special services, Braille and sign language are not yet integrated in our main school system. So Braille and sign language isn't there, so we, at this moment, can't properly cater for those who are blind, for example. And some of our classrooms are not yet configured for specially impaired students, such as having voice automated instructions and so forth. Inclusivity and the technology. We ensure all our schools have internet access. We have bridged the digital divide. We have provided 1,000 laptops and 3,000 tablets to our secondary school students. We have visual and assistive aids available to cater for diverse needs. We have technological integration of smart boards at the secondary school level. And we have technical integration of tablets at the ECCE and primary levels. And we have training of approximately 60% of our principals and teachers in the use of digital devices for enhanced learning and learning experience. Next slide, inclusivity and recreational facilities. So we thought of everything. So at all levels, students have access to recreational facility on location or at least within their community. On our small island of 116 square miles, we have 2 very large public pools available where we take our pupils and students, because we are adamant that if you live on an island, you must learn to swim. We just completed construction on the Corland Beach Sport Arena. We did that in time for the Commonwealth Youth Games, but we have a dedicated beach sports arena on island, and we have facilities for advanced and international competitions. There is a stadium available, and has access to the differently able. Primary schools offer football. Yes, football. We are not in the US, so we don't say soccer. We say football here. So we offer football, hoping that one day we'll be able to challenge Brazil in the World Cup. Netball, track and field, tennis, swimming, and of course cricket, because we are all British colonial territories. Our secondary schools, however, offer a much wider range and includes non-traditional sports such as chess, archery, rowing, drama, dance, among others. Inclusivity and nutrition. The next slide essentially just tells us that we provide for our students 11,000 meals per day. So we provide 11,000 meals per day through our school nutrition policy to ensure that all of our students have access to meals. And we have banned from our schools sodium and high sugary snacks and carbonated beverages in schools. So they can only serve juices and healthy snack options. So let's look at the next slides that you can see quickly a breakdown. So we provide school nutrition, we provide breakfast and lunch to all early childhood centers. We provide breakfast and lunch to all primary schools, and we provide lunch to all our secondary schools. We do not provide breakfast at the secondary school level. So in total, we provide 11,000 meals per day. Next slide, transportation. And we could skip and talk about that the fact that we provide transportation and spends an average of 7.5 million TT dollars to get our students to school every single day. And let's skip all the way down to inclusivity and adult education. The last thing that we will talk about is the fact that we provide support even for adults, because part of our policy is lifelong learning. So we provide educational support in our classroom. Let's just go down to our penultimate or second to last slide. And we operate on the ethos of creating for Tobago the greatest little island on the planet, And we have built out that framework based on the UN SDGs, where we ensure we provide support for all of our students, and we be as inclusive as possible. The presentation can be made available to you in its entirety, but I want to thank you all very much for this opportunity and for listening to how a small island like Tobago with a small population is in fact making great strides towards inclusiveness within our education system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Farley Augustine, Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly. That was a very comprehensive presentation. It will be made available, and there were a number of key points, I'm sure, that struck a note with many of you. We will allow 1 or 2 questions very quickly. If you have a question or a quick comment, brief, because we're way behind in terms of time on our program, but I would allow 1 or 2 very quick questions or comments.
Yes?
We have a question from Phoebe from Kenya.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. I didn't get to talk about discrimination in these schools. If you can kindly highlight a bit on the discrimination from teachers to the students who are able differently. Thank you.
Discrimination. So we do in fact experience some measure of discrimination because you would appreciate that for some of our pupils and students, growing up, living with someone who is differently able is not an everyday experience for most of our pupils. And so what we have done by integrating at the lower levels in the school system, we are beginning to culture our young charges to not discriminate. Also importantly, we have very strong laws that will penalize our schools, penalize teachers if they in fact discriminate. And it becomes sort of a personal responsibility by law for the teachers to ensure that discrimination does not happen in the classroom. And the people take it very seriously. Our population is a very litigious population, so they're in the courthouse every Monday morning, and no teacher wants to be dragged before a court to explain why this child in their classroom is being discriminated against. So we are forced by law to ensure that discrimination does not happen.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Now, at this point, we would like to show our appreciation to the Chief Secretary for sharing such an enlightening and inspirational presentation with us. I call now on Cynthia Piccini from the Brazil contingent to present a token to the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Farley Augustine, on our behalf.
Let me tell you what you've got here. There is a book with images from Amazon, from Sebastião Salgado, coffee from Brazil, and a small cup. Okay? Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will move. Oh, okay. To do it there? Take a break?
Is it a break?
No. While the Chief Secretary and our kind sponsor, me, Tiana, and Daniel are taking pictures, we would prepare for the next presentation. We'll have one presentation and a brief and the discussion will be truncated because of time, and then we will go into lunch. How does that sound? Oh, and we also have a cultural event. The dancers are here, so that will relax us a little bit. Right, so we're going to go into the presentation on teacher's role. We will continue with Sylvia.
Maybe. You ready? About international schools, if you have.
I'm a school supervisor.
Sign language.
Okay.
Sign. Yes. Yes. Okay. He's doing from here. Yo voy a hacer un paso to go from there. Si lo vas leyendo de acá.
Okay. Yeah. Similar to what we do.
Yeah, so, but yes.
But then everything that you mentioned, I don't know if it's general.
It's two countries.
Yeah.
Because it's two islands, it's the same country. I can easily tell you yes. Definitely.
Donde tú sugieras. ¿Quieres subirte? Súbete.
Thank you, because we come from an international
Lo vas a traducir al inglés.
There's no.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So you're very similar.
My first time in Brussels.
Ah, okay, so make sure to see nice
It
things.
took a few days. I am trying.
Acá, no tengo. Leo. Ok, arriba. Excuse me. ¿Me puedes traer agua?
What
Para
happened?
mí, agua.
We normally
Gracias.
Ah, y para mí, que... Ah,
Pero ahora no.
por... ¿Sí? Ah, bueno, gracias. No, water. Ah, entonces uso de acá.
Y así yo voy
Todo lo que está en
leyendo.
amarillo. ¿Eh? Sí. Ahí está, perfecto.
one vote. Yeah.
Entonces tú hablas, cuando pares yo empiezo.
Ok. ¿Más o menos te parece hasta acá? ¿Un párrafo así?
Un poco menos.
¿Menos? Ok.
A cada...
Saturday we will see what we can maybe we can visit what we see. Like
Bueno.
It's a nice city. No, it is. It's a
Ah.
um,
Vamos a hacer el
Pessoal, me escutam? Sim?
Yo
Sim?
me la llevo.
I'm going to speak in Portuguese and then eu vou falar em português e depois em inglês. A dinâmica vai ser assim, acho que a Freddy depois vem para apresentar. A Silvia vai fazer a apresentação dela em espanhol. Então, ela vai ler uma parte e a gente vai fazer uma interpretação consecutiva, tá? E aí o Pedro, que é o nosso tradutor maravilhoso intérprete, vai fazer em inglês. Tudo bem? Ok? Freddy, are you coming here to introduce them? Please. You did already? Then they can start? Okay, go ahead.
Ok. Bueno, vamos a dar lectura al informe, una síntesis del informe.
Let's begin with the synthesis of the report.
en relación al tema de formación docente inicial y en servicio.
regarding the topic of teaching and service.
Bueno, primero queremos agradecer a Daniel Sowell la posibilidad de tener a nuestro intérprete.
First, we would like to thank
Así que muchísimas
Sawyer
gracias.
for the opportunity to having an interpreter.
Y bueno, comienzo. El presente informe expone las propuestas en la República Argentina orientadas a formar a los docentes tanto en formación inicial como aquellos ya en servicio.
This work exposes the propositions for the Argentinian Republic headed towards teaching formation, both in initial formation and those that are already working.
Es claro que la propuesta de la educación inclusiva coloca el acento, entre otros, en la formación docente para acompañar las trayectorias diversas.
It's clear that the proposition of inclusive education puts the topic, among others, of formation, of teaching formation to accompany diverse trajectories.
El Foro de Cali señalaba en el 2019 que asumir el desafío de una educación donde nadie se quede atrás requiere contar con una dotación suficiente de profesores, así como de condiciones laborales propicias para los docentes. La formación docente debe dotar al profesorado de una comprensión profunda del desafío de la inclusión, así como de las condiciones de segregación, discriminación e inequidad social que experimenta el estudiantado.
So the Cali Forum showed in 2019 that taking the challenge of an education where no one gets left behind requires to tell with a budget that is enough for teachers, as well as the labor conditions that are fitting for teachers. The teacher formation should count the professorate with a deep understanding of the challenge of inclusion, as well as the conditions of segregation, discrimination, and social inequality that goes through the students go through.
También la formación debe contribuir al desarrollo de una actitud positiva hacia la diversidad y a la adquisición de estrategias y herramientas prácticas para favorecer la inclusión en el aula.
Also, the formation should contribute in the development of an attitude that is positive towards diversity and the acquisition of strategies and tools to favor the inclusion in class.
Tal referencia deja en claro que cuando se refiere a la educación inclusiva, se entiende que la inclusión concierne a todo el alumnado, porque la educación inclusiva implica un proceso que contribuye a la consecución del objetivo de inclusión social y porque es considerada un proceso que permite tener debidamente en cuenta la diversidad de la necesidad de todos los estudiantes.
This reference makes clear that when it refers to inclusive education, it is understood that inclusion is about all students, because inclusive education implies a process that contributes to the achievement of the goal of social inclusion, and because it is considered as a process that allows to have to take into account the diversity and the needs of all children, boys and girls, young and adults, in order to eliminate barriers that stop the right for education and to change culture.
Continúo. A fin de eliminar las barreras que impiden el derecho a la educación y cambiar la cultura, las políticas y las prácticas en las escuelas comunes para brindar hospitalidad a todo el alumnado y hacer efectiva su inclusión.
With the goal to eliminate barriers that stop the right of education and to change culture, policy and practices of conventional common schools, and to gift hospitality to the whole student body and make effective their inclusion.
Sin duda, la educación inclusiva y equitativa es tal cual como lo sostiene la observación general número 4 de la Convención de los Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad. Implica un proceso de reforma sistémica que conlleva cambios y modificaciones en el contenido, en los métodos de enseñanza, en los enfoques, las estructuras y las estrategias de la educación para superar los obstáculos con la visión de que todas y todos los estudiantes de los grupos de edad pertinentes tengan una experiencia de aprendizaje equitativo y participativa y el entorno que mejor corresponda a sus necesidades y preferencias.
So no doubt, inclusive and equitative education, as sustained by the general observation number 4, implies a process of systemic reform that takes changes and modifications of content, of teaching methods, of focus, of structures and strategies in the education to overcome the challenges with a view that all students in all age groups have a learning experience that is equitative, participative, and that in the context that better responds to their needs and preferences.
Okay. En la República Argentina, la educación se rige por la Ley 26.206 y las leyes provinciales que adhieren a la misma. Entre los fines y objetivos de la misma se destacan.
In the Republic of Argentina, education is ruled by the law 26,206 and the provincial laws that adhere to the same. Among the ends and goals of that, we can highlight
garantizar la inclusión educativa a través garantizar la inclusión educativa a través de políticas universales y de estrategias pedagógicas y de asignación de recursos que otorguen prioridad a los sectores más desfavorecidos de la sociedad.
So ensure the inclusion, to ensure the educational inclusion through universal policies and pedagogical strategies of budget assignment that allow priority to the most underprivileged sectors in society.
Son varios los objetivos, solo voy a señalar algunos.
There are a lot of objectives, so we're just going to highlight a few.
Otro de los objetivos es brindar a las personas con discapacidades temporales o permanentes una propuesta pedagógica que le permita el máximo desarrollo de sus posibilidades, la integración y el pleno ejercicio de sus derechos.
So to offer people with discapacities, both permanent and temporal, a pedagogical proposition that allows them the maximum development of their possibilities and integration in full exercise of their rights.
Otro es asegurar a los pueblos indígenas el respeto a su lengua y a su identidad cultural, promoviendo la valoración de la multiculturalidad en la formación de todas y todos los educandos.
To ensure indigenous people the respect to their language and their cultural identity, promoting the value of multiculturality in the formation of all students.
Y el último que voy a señalar es el de promover en todos los niveles educativos y modalidades la comprensión del concepto de eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación.
And the last one that we're going to highlight is to promote in all educational levels and forms the understanding that the concept of elimination of all forms of discrimination.
La formación docente en la República Argentina se encuentra a cargo de los Institutos Nacionales de Formación Docente y de las universidades nacionales, provinciales o privadas.
Teaching and education is in charge of the National Institutes of Teaching Formation and national universities, provincial, state, and private ones, and of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology in accordance with the Federal Council of Education that defines the basic criteria concerning the teaching career in the state level.
Esta formación docente se estructura en dos ciclos, una formación básica común centrada en los fundamentos de la profesión docente y el conocimiento y reflexión de la realidad educativa y una formación especializada para la enseñanza de los contenidos curriculares de cada nivel y modalidad.
So this teaching formation is structured in two cycles. Basic formation centered around the fundamentals of the profession of teaching and the knowledge and reflection of educational realities, and B, a specialized formation for teaching of curricular content in each level and modality.
En el mes de septiembre pasado de este año, el Consejo Federal de Educación aprobó los nuevos lineamientos curriculares nacionales para la formación docente mediante la resolución 476 del corriente año. Por esta razón, los hallazgos que se componen devienen provisorio, en tanto que esta reciente normativa procurará modificaciones en la formación existente.
So in the month of September 2024, the CFE approved the curricular alignments, national curricular alignments for teaching formation by the resolution 476-24. For this reason, the developments that are shared come from result to be provisional, both in this recent normative that will try to adapt to the existent modifications.
Ahora me voy a referir a los hallazgos que hemos en la República Argentina.
Entonces, now we're going to refer to the discoveries, the findings that we had.
Y baja porque vamos a ir hasta acá. Y me quiero referir específicamente a la resolución nueva que les acabo de comentar, la 476 del 24, que señala que para un adecuado desempeño docente son necesarios los siguientes atributos.
So I would like to bring your attention specifically to this resolution 476-24 that signs that for a proper performance, the teachers are needed the following attributes.
Primero, sensibilidad para interpretar desde sólidos enfoques éticos y políticos y pedagógicos la diversidad y desigualdad en la disposición de recursos simbólicos.
So the sensitivity to interpret from solid focus on ethical, political, and pedagogical aspects, the diversity and the inequality in the disposition of their symbolic resources.
Capacidad para afrontar problemas y diseñar dispositivos de intervención pedagógica que se sustenten en la equidad de oportunidades.
The skill to face problems and develop devices to intervene pedagogically that are sustainable in equity and opportunity.
Capacidad para proceder con responsabilidad, honestidad e iniciativa.
The capacity to
Trabajar. Capacidad para trabajar.
The capacity to work with responsibility, honesty, and initiative.
Y aptitud para el trabajo en equipo, compartiendo problemas, diagnósticos, mediaciones didácticas, entre otros.
And the aptitude for teamwork, sharing problems, diagnosis, and didactic mediation, among others.
Uno de los mensajes claves que señala el informe de seguimiento 2020 de UNESCO se indica que si bien algunos países están evolucionando hacia la inclusión, todavía abundan las percepciones erróneas y la segregación, y ello se puede observar también en los diseños para la formación docente inicial y en servicio.
Among the key messages we would like to highlight in the segment Inform 2020 that although a few countries are evolving towards inclusion, nonetheless, abound the perceptions that are mistaken about segregation, and that can be observed also in the design for teaching formation in service, both initial and in service.
Alrededor del 60% de los países de la región de nuestra América Latina tiene una definición de educación inclusiva, pero solo el 64% de esas definiciones abarcan a múltiples grupos marginados. Eso significa que la mayoría de los países aún tienen que adoptar un concepto más amplio de inclusión.
So around 60% of the countries in the region have a definition of inclusive education, but only 64% of those definitions abroad multiple marginalized groups. That means that most of these countries still have to adopt a broader concept of inclusion.
La persistencia en diseños curriculares que abordan de manera segregada los planteos integrales que propone el enfoque inclusivo refuerzan la discriminación y la educación segregada y no propician cambios en las representaciones y las actitudes de los docentes.
So the insistence in curricular designs that are a segregated way of planning and that propose an inclusive focus reinforce discrimination and segregated education and do not provide the changes in representations and in attitudes for the teachers.
Perdón. ¿Sigo? En contraposición, es necesario proponer diseños curriculares para la formación docente que tengan en cuenta los valores fundamentales señalados por UNESCO, que promueven competencias necesarias para el desempeño docente y se reconocen valores tales como apoyar a todos los estudiantes, trabajar con otros, valorar la diversidad de los estudiantes y comprometerse en el desarrollo profesional.
To counter those, it's necessary to propose curricular designs for teaching formation that take into account the fundamental values signed by the UNESCO 2020 that promote the necessary skills and competencies for the development of teacher performance that are recognized in the values such as to support all their students, to work with others, to value diversity in students, and to be committed to the professional development of students.
Señalaré ahora algunas de las prácticas que hemos hallado en el país en línea a esta formación.
So we're going to highlight a few of the practices that align with these formation of teachers.
Y sobre todo voy a señalar aquellas en las que se han reconocido modificaciones en la formación docente inicial y en servicio a partir de normativas que propiciaron la inclusión escolar de las poblaciones originarias, de los estudiantes en situación de vulnerabilidad, de los estudiantes con discapacidad, los estudiantes en contextos de encierro y los estudiantes de las zonas rurales, entre otros.
So among the practices that were performed in the country, we would like to highlight those that have been recognized in the initial and in-service teacher training from normatives that allowed the school inclusion of originary populations, of students in vulnerable situations, of students with disabilities, of students in context of closure, and students in rural areas, among others.
Por ejemplo, en la provincia de Buenos Aires, la Facultad de Humanidades y Ciencia de la Educación de la Universidad Nacional de La Plata, desde el año 2002, en la conformación de la carrera de licenciatura y profesorado de Ciencias de la Educación, se propuso un espacio curricular de pedagogía de la diversidad.
In the Faculty of Humanities and Sciences of Education in the University of La Plata, since the year 2002, the teaching formation and sciences for teaching and education has proposed a curricular proposition called Pedagogy of Diversity.
En la provincia de Santa Cruz, la modalidad de escuelas de formación permanente de jóvenes y adultos sostiene espacios institucionales para los docentes en servicio con perspectiva de educación inclusiva.
In the teaching formation for in the modality of schools for permanent teaching for young people and young adults, have institutional spaces for teachers in service with a more inclusive educational perspective.
En la provincia de Entre Ríos, en el año 2021, se sanciona por resolución del Consejo General de Educación que explicita en el artículo 4 establecer que la temática de la inclusión educativa será transversal en todos los diseños curriculares de la formación docente inicial.
So, in the province of Entre Ríos, in the year 2001, has been sanctioned the resolution 3750 of the General Council of Education that explicits the article number 4 to establish the thematic of inclusion, of educational inclusion, to be transversal in all curricular designs for teaching formation of initial level.
Define la inclusión desde un enfoque filosófico, social, político, económico y pedagógico orientado a.
It defines inclusion from a philosophical standpoint, a social standpoint, a political, economic, and pedagogical standpoint, headed towards.
La aceptación y los valores de la diferencia en una escuela que es de todos y para cada uno, la promoción de las alfabetizaciones múltiples, el aprendizaje constructivo y la valoración de las capacidades de todos los estudiantes y, por último, una cultura educativa en la cual todos se sientan partícipes, implica identificar y minimizar las barreras para el aprendizaje y la participación y maximizar los recursos que apoyen ambos procesos.
So the acceptance and valuing of differences in a school that is for everyone and for each one, the promotion of multiple alphabetizations, the teaching of a constructive teaching and the valuing of different capacities of all students, and an educational culture in which all are participants, and that implies into identifying and minimizing barriers for learning and the participation, and to maximize resources to support both processes. The barriers can be found in all aspects and structures of the system.
En la provincia de Neuquén, ¿sí?, se ha incorporado normativas para algunos diferentes profesorados en que se incorpora la perspectiva de la interculturalidad, derechos humanos, educación inclusiva y género como ejes transversales en el marco pedagógico.
In the province of Neuquén, they have
Diferentes profesorados.
incorporated an intercultural perspective of human rights, inclusive education, and gender as axes that are transversal in the pedagogical frame.
Proponen y conciben la enseñanza desde las pedagogías críticas y el paradigma de la complejidad, por lo que la formación debe promover en las y los futuros docentes la comprensión del hecho educativo como práctica heterogénea para la diversidad del aula.
Proposes and conceives that teaching of critical pedagogies and the paradigm of complexity from which the formation should be promoted in the future teachers to give them the comprehension of the educational deed as an heterogenic practice for diversity in class.
Los nuevos diseños curriculares en la enseñanza de nivel secundario e inicial proponen un currículum dinámico, emancipatorio, decolonial, situado, contextualizado y atravesado por las perspectivas ambiental, de derechos humanos, género, inclusión e interculturalidad, otorgando así direccionalidad a los procesos de enseñanza para desnaturalizar prácticas instaladas de segregación, poner en tensión discursos y estereotipos estigmatizantes.
So new curricular designs of teaching of secondary and first level propose a dynamic curriculum that is emancipatory, decolonial, contextualized, and run through different perspectives, both environmental, of human rights, gender inclusion, and interculturality, giving direction to the processes of teaching to denaturalize installed practices of segregation and to put in tension different speeches and stereotypes that stigmatize students.
En la provincia de La Pampa, la Universidad Nacional de La Pampa realizó en el año 2021, mediante resolución de la universidad, un seminario de formación que se denominó Encuentros Internacionales de Estudios Críticos en Discapacidad, en el que reunió y puso en diálogo objetos de estudios, marcos teóricos y líneas de investigación que desde las ciencias aportan conocimientos sobre los enfoques críticos en discapacidad.
In the province of La Pampa, the National University of La Pampa has performed in the year 2021 with the resolution 291 a seminar for formation called International Meetings for Critical Studies in Discapacity that gathered and created dialogue between multiple objects of study, theoretical frameworks, and investigative lines that from the sciences give knowledge on the focus of critical focuses about discapacity.
Estamos concluyendo porque el tiempo se acaba. Voy a señalar nada más las barreras y las propuestas que hemos señalado para este tema. En razón de las políticas y prácticas a nivel nacional, consideramos las siguientes barreras en la formación docente.
So given political and practical questions in national level, we have considered the following barriers for teaching formation that are found in.
Primero, diseños curriculares que limitan o reducen la educación inclusiva a la escolaridad de estudiantes con discapacidad.
Curricular designs that limit or reduce inclusive education to scholarity of students with discapacity.
Segundo, subsistencia de contenidos basados en paradigmas e ideologías capacitistas, patriarcal, heteronormativa, racistas y eurocéntrica en la formación docente inicial y continua, que mantienen y refuerzan representaciones y prácticas discriminatorias, segregacionistas y excluyentes.
The subsistence of content that are based on capacitist, patriarchal, heteronormative, racist, and Eurocentric paradigms and ideologies in teaching formation, both initial and continuous, an action that maintains and reinforces representations and practices of discrimination, segregation, and exclusion.
Tercero, persistencia de barreras físicas, edilicia y del transporte y de accesibilidad académica a los materiales curriculares en la trayectoria de la formación inicial, lo que impide el acceso a muchos estudiantes para la formación docente.
The continuation of physical, structural, and transportational barriers for accessibility for the teachers, and also for curricular materials in the trajectory of initial formation for teachers that impedes, that stops the access to many students to teacher formation.
Cuarto, falta de formación de los equipos de conducción, directivos y supervisores en materia de educación inclusiva que coadyuven al desarrollo de escuelas inclusivas que permitan el acceso, la participación y el aprendizaje de todos los estudiantes con los apoyos que requieran.
Lack of formation of all teams of supervisors and conductors of coordinators in terms of inclusive education that would help development in those inclusive schools and that will allow access and the participation in the learning of all students with the necessary support in their school trajectory.
Quinto, ausencia de capacitación obligatoria para los docentes que se encuentran trabajando en materia de educación inclusiva que incluyan la pedagogía y didáctica inclusiva, la perspectiva del diseño universal en la educación, la tecnología de apoyo, el trabajo corresponsable y cooperativo entre los equipos docentes y la construcción de espacios de indagación y reflexión crítica sobre la práctica.
So the absence of mandatory capacitation for teachers in service in terms of inclusive education that includes inclusive pedagogy and didactic, and the perspective of a universal design of education, the technology for support, the co-responsible work and cooperative between team members and teachers in the construction of questioning spaces and critical reflections about teaching practices.
Y la última barrera que queremos señalar es el mantenimiento de la formación inicial y en servicio separada para los docentes, una para los de escuela común y otras para los docentes de escuela especial, lo que sostiene prácticas segregacionistas y excluyentes y atenta con las propuestas de transversalidad de esta última.
The upkeep of initial and service formation in separate forms for teachers, one for the common level school and another for teachers of a special education, which sustains segregational practices, exclusive practices, and that goes against the proposition of transversality to the last.
Para concluir, señalamos las propuestas. La primera, políticas educativas y formación docente que otorguen un sentido amplio al concepto de educación inclusiva, entendiendo que comprende y refiere a la educación equitativa y justa de todos los y las estudiantes.
So to address those problems, we are going to give us our propositions. So it's proposed to create educational policies and formation for teachers that will give a broader meaning to the concept of inclusive education, understanding that it's it regards and refers to an education that is equitative and just to all students.
Segundo, incorporar en la formación docente inicial y en servicio teorías y enfoques críticos de colonial e intercultural, de derechos humanos e interseccionalidad.
To incorporate in teacher formation, both initial and in service, theories and focuses that are critical, decolonial, and intercultural of human rights and intersectionality.
Tercero, profundizar las políticas del Estado destinadas a eliminar las barreras físicas, edilicias, de transporte y curriculares para garantizar la accesibilidad académica.
Deepen public policies destined to eliminate physical barriers, building barriers, transportational barriers, and curricular barriers to guarantee accessibility for the academia.
Cuarto, diseñar programas de formación para la conducción, gestión o dirección educativa y para los docentes en servicio en el marco de las teorías y enfoques críticos emancipatorios, discrit, queer, decolonial, intercultural y de derechos humanos e interseccionalidad, destinadas a una mayor comprensión de la heterogeneidad escolar y al desarrollo de culturas inclusivas en el ámbito institucional.
To develop formation programs for the conduction, the management, and the direction of education, for supervisors and coordinators, and for teachers in service in the frame of theories and focuses that are critical and emancipatory, for discrete, queer, decolonial, intercultural, human rights, and intersectionality, destined to a larger comprehension of school heterogeneity and the development of inclusive culture in the institutional level.
Quinto y último, redefinir la formación docente incorporando los paradigmas críticos actuales y el enfoque de la educación inclusiva como eje transversal para que se promuevan la superación de prácticas discriminatorias, capacitistas, segregacionistas y excluyentes, así como también la división de común, escuela común o de nivel, o docente común y de nivel, y docente especial en el sistema educativo argentino.
So to redefine teacher formation, incorporating critical paradigms that are actual, that are current, and the focus of inclusive educations as a transversal axis to promote the overcoming of discriminatory practices, capacitistic practices, segregational practices, and excludent ones, as well as the division of common and special teaching in the Argentinian educational system.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por la atención. Gracias.
Thank you ever so much, Sylvia, and her translator, because through him we were able to listen to this beautiful presentation that had many important parts to it, and I hope you can, Sylvia, wait, we will have, rather than throw the whole thing to a full discussion, you know, we have to truncate time. I will ask Sylvia to just take a few questions, and then we would move into the cultural item, because our dancers are here, then go into lunch, and then we move back in to the afternoon program. So if you have a question, you raise your hand and we will. Okay, there's a question at the back.
¿Quién? La señora allá. No veo nada.
So beautiful presentation. The structure of it was very clear, and the history of its development, the problems you encountered, and your solutions. I want to ask you, as an individual, what kept you motivated as you faced the different barriers, and what keeps you motivated, and what would you say to encourage policymakers to continue that development towards inclusivity in all schools?
Ah, bien. Sí, ¿qué me motiva? Bueno, me motiva la posibilidad que ofrece la práctica y la acción política que podemos tener cada uno individualmente para poder transformar la realidad.
She's motivated by the notion that individual activities like hers have an actual impact in society and in developing a new way of society.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So if there are no more questions or comments, oh, there's a question from Phoebe.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. That was beautiful presentation. If you could kindly clarify on the issue of transportation for the differently abled. You find most of the times these children are left to be carried on wheelchairs as they get into the school buses, which is quite a challenge. Most of they don't have ramps, most bus schools. Which method did you do so that it becomes so easy and efficient for these children to access the school bus, which are fitted with ramps? And again, on the issue of inclusion, you find most countries group these children together. A child who is blind, a child who is in need of the deaf who uses sign language, a child who is intellectually challenged, they are not supposed to be grouped in one category. And I heard very well in your presentation that you see a way how you can separate them in different groups. How did you do this so that you achieved the best outcome? Thank you very much.
No me quedó muy claro, pero bueno.
La primera pregunta es sobre el transporte, el acceso para niños con disabilidades, y el segundo es cómo haces la separación entre diferentes disabilidades entre los niños.
Bien, en relación al transporte, ¿sí? La República Argentina tiene normativa propia de exigencia de transporte público accesible, eso por un lado.
Entonces, la política pública en Argentina tiene una norma...
No, English.
Sorry, guys. So, Argentinian policy guarantees that accessibility of structural accessibility to buses for children. So, the buses have ramps and there's automatized ramps.
Y por el otro lado, el Ministerio de Educación, y eso depende sí de cada jurisdicción, que significa cada provincia.
On the other hand, because of they have a law that allows
de cada Ministerio de Educación de cada provincia puede proponer el transporte público, el transporte para el estudiante a las escuelas, y en el caso, por ejemplo, de la provincia de La Pampa, de donde soy yo, el Ministerio de Educación pone el transporte a disposición de los estudiantes con discapacidad.
So it goes from province to province. So in different provinces you can have different setups, but in the province that she's from, for example, it is the transportation is made available by the province.
Con los apoyos que requiera, por ejemplo, un estudiante con una discapacidad motora que requiere un asistente.
With whatever help the student might need. So if a student cannot move physically, it can be arranged for him to have access to a helper to help him access a bus or different structures.
Respecto a la segunda pregunta,
About the second question,
la Argentina es muy grande y muy diversa.
Argentina is very large and diverse.
Más chica que Brasil.
Más pequeña que Brasil,
pero
smaller than Brazil.
También es diferente cómo se desarrolla
It's also different how it develops
el proceso de educación inclusiva de lo que usted refiere estudiantes con discapacidad.
Process about what you were calling the different groups of discapacities.
Aclaro esto porque el concepto es más amplio.
Because it's a broader concept.
Y en el caso de los estudiantes con discapacidad,
so in the case of students with discapacities,
también la provincia de La Pampa, en este caso,
it's also about the provinces. So in La Pampa, for example,
es la primera provincia que cambia
it's the first province to change
las escuelas especiales por escuelas de apoyo a la inclusión.
Special schools for schools that support inclusion.
Todos los estudiantes con discapacidad se inscriben y estudian en las escuelas comunes.
So all students with discapacities enroll in schools.
Y todas estas escuelas de apoyo brindan los apoyos a las escuelas y a los estudiantes.
And all supportive schools give the necessary support to the schools where the students are enrolled.
En las escuelas comunes brindan los apoyos, ¿sí?
Yes.
Sí, está bien. No pasa en todas las provincias así, ¿no?
Not all
Esto
provinces are like that.
estamos en diferente nivel en ese proceso
So
en
there
el
are
país.
different levels across the country.
Yo hablé del más avanzado, pero hay otras que están en proceso, en camino de lograrlo.
So I spoke about the most developed ones, but there are other provinces that are somewhere in the way to get to that point.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that excellent presentation, Sylvia. And while Sylvia takes some pictures here, and her companion, thank you so much, yes, for that. And I'm going to turn over to Cynthia to introduce our cultural item for this morning. Well, it's afternoon. And then we will move to lunch, and Cynthia will give you some more information about that. Okay?
Okay. I'm going only to wait for them to take pictures, all right?
Eu acho que daqui ou de lá, ó. Eu acho que de lá é melhor. Se você não for, as cadeiras não pegarem, não é? Ou dali. Está acontecendo mais ou menos?
Yo me llevo el agua porque la...
Eu vou falar em português, depois em inglês. Agora a gente vai ter uma apresentação de dança de um grupo de Belo Horizonte, Minas Gerais, que faz parte, inclusive, da instituição que eu trabalho, eu, Cíntia, da Universidade de São Judas, a professora Grace, que também trabalha comigo, mas o pessoal que vai dançar é de lá, da UniBH Fit. Então, eu gostaria que vocês dessem um caloroso aplauso para eles. Cecília vai apresentar o grupo para a gente, tá?
Bom dia. É um prazer muito grande estar aqui com vocês. Meu nome é Maria Cecília, moro em Pelizere. Eu sou uma pessoa com deficiência visual, uma professora de educação física, graduada em educação física e em pedagogia. Atuo no Centro Universitário de Belo Horizonte, UniBH, e também no ensino básico da Rede Municipal de Belo Horizonte. E coordeno o UniBH Fit, que é um projeto de pesquisas e práticas em danças do Centro Universitário de Belo Horizonte, que tem como objetivo, através das práticas de dança, fomentar as questões da diversidade e da inclusão. Então, todas as nossas atividades são propostas dentro da perspectiva inclusiva e são elaboradas a partir da colaboratividade entre os estudantes, sendo a dança uma ferramenta de integração e socialização dentro das vivências universitárias. Eu terminei agora, pela Universidade de São Judas, o mestrado em Educação Física, na perspectiva inclusiva. Eu pesquisei professores de Educação Física com deficiência visual que estão na docência no ensino básico da Educação Física. Foi um prazer enorme pesquisar essa perspectiva, porque eu sou uma pessoa com deficiência visual e eu acompanhei, né, a minha vida foi pautada a partir da inclusão. Então, assim, fui uma criança da década de 80 que viveu a inclusão na escola, no ensino básico, no ensino superior, na atuação profissional. Hoje eu também tenho como dever incluir, porque eu sou uma pessoa com deficiência que incluo outras pessoas com deficiência. Inclusive, no UniBH Fit, nós temos pessoas com TEA, pessoas com deficiência visual, com deficiência auditiva. Então, é uma das minhas missões dentro da educação, é incluir as pessoas com deficiência, a inclusão de uma forma mais ampla também, né? E é uma honra para mim ser o produto, né, de inclusão, porque mesmo ainda havendo um longo caminho a ser percorrido nesse sentido, nós já conseguimos algumas vitórias muito significativas. Então, eu poder estar aqui falando e apresentando um trabalho dentro dessa perspectiva é, para mim, um motivo de grande honra. E a gente trouxe hoje uma manifestação folclórica, que é o carimbó. O carimbó é uma dança brasileira, uma dança folclórica brasileira, que pertence à região do Pará e é a mais marcante e significativa manifestação dessa região. Então, espero que vocês gostem. Muito obrigada pela oportunidade.
Do you need any kind of translation to English? Mainly that she's a teacher at basic education there in Minas Gerais. She also works at the UniBH-FIT, where she is the coordinator. And there she works with people on the inclusive field and area and everything. That's why the group is here. They travel a lot, and she has just finished her master on physical education, having the inclusive aspect, because Cecilia herself has sight problems, right? I don't know if the word is exactly in English, but that's it. Since visual impairment, thank you very much. And and this girl there, she also, Pedro, she translates from almost many languages, even Chinese, she's the best. And then she has just finished her master with us, thanks for us, at our university on this, and you worked with visual impairment people, right? And then this is the idea that she brings us today, Carimbó. It's a folk dance from Pará, okay? Pará is a north state in Brazil, okay? Of course.
E eu gostaria também de deixar aqui um convite para um evento que vai acontecer na Universidade de São Judas, nos dias 7, 8 e 9 de novembro, que é o CEMEF, que é um congresso de práticas inclusivas dentro da perspectiva inclusiva na educação física e na educação. E nós, do UniBH-FIT, estaremos aqui novamente. Nós temos uma parceria com o grupo de estudos de inclusão em educação física para pessoas com deficiência. E aí a gente já deixa o convite aqui para vocês participarem do evento junto com a gente. Eu gostaria de apresentar as estudantes que estão aqui hoje. Importante, não são exclusivamente da educação física. O projeto de extensão UniBH-FIT, ele abraça todos os cursos de graduação, não só do UniBH, mas das universidades pertencentes ao ecossistema Ânima de Belo Horizonte. Então, aqui eu tenho a Andressa, que faz medicina veterinária, a Alice, que faz fisioterapia, a Thalita, que faz biomedicina, e a Milena, que também faz medicina veterinária. Muito orgulho de ter as meninas aqui comigo. Muito obrigada.
Cecília, I thank you. Você pode ver o espaço enquanto eu vou falar do evento. Tá. They are going to check on the space for the dancing, okay? And she invited you and everybody who can to this event we have at São Judas, November 7, 8, 9, in São Paulo. Universidade de São Judas is here in Moca. It's a very traditional neighborhood there. And Professora Graciele works there with us too, and she's completely immersed in the university in the inclusive discussion and everything. And tomorrow she's going to be part of our delegation on the presentation. Is everything okay, girls? Yes? Yeah, the music? Yeah, please.
Se o tambor começa, tua saia gira, o mundo inteiro para pra te ver, menina. Me diz o que fazer com o seu rebolado. Ai, ai, menina, o que fazer com essa saia rodada? Ai, ai, é na palma, é no couro, essa roda gira. O que vou fazer pra te ter, menina? Ai, menina, vem pra roda, vem. Ai, menina, aqui tem carimbó. Todo mundo balança no teu bailado. Curimbó segue a ginga do teu rodado. Ai, menina, vem pra roda, vem. Ai, menina, aqui tem carimbó. Todo mundo balança no teu bailado. Curimbó segue a ginga do teu rodado. Menina, o que fazer com seu rebolado? Ai, ai, menina, o que fazer com essa saia rodada? Ai, ai, seu tambor começa, tua saia gira, o mundo inteiro para pra te ver, menina. Me diz o que fazer com seu rebolado. Ai, ai, menina, o que fazer com essa saia rodada? Ai, ai, é na palma, é no couro, essa roda gira. O que vou fazer pra te ter, menina? Ai, menina, vem pra roda, vem. Ai, menina, aqui tem carimbó. Todo mundo balança no teu bailado. Curimbó segue a ginga do teu rodado. Ai, menina, vem pra roda, vem. Ai, menina, aqui tem carimbó. Todo mundo balança no teu bailado. Curimbó segue a ginga do teu rodado. Balança no teu bailado, curimbó segue a ginga do teu rodado. Ai, menina, vem pra roda, vem. Ai, menina, aqui tem carimbó. Todo mundo balança no teu bailado, curimbó segue a ginga do teu rodado. Ai, menina, vem pra roda, vem. Ai, menina, aqui tem carimbó. Todo mundo balança no teu bailado, curimbó segue a ginga do teu rodado.
Muito, muito obrigada, gente, de verdade.
I have a question. Aquí, tengo una pregunta.
Sim?
Para, ¿cómo se llama la maestra?
Cecília.
Cecilia. I'm going to ask my friend Cynthia to translate for us. You have this wonderful way of thinking and a structure of mind and accept no limitations. And one of the things that for a visual impairment, it is the hardest thing is to work with the space. Una de las cosas que son más difíciles, voy a traducirlo al español, una de las cosas más difíciles es para una persona con visión impedida es el manejo del espacio. Entonces, ella precisamente eligió, amén de seguir estudiando en la educación física, en todo lo que ella hace, implica el espacio. O sea, lo hizo con su peor enemigo. ¿Por qué lo hiciste?
Pode falar em português.
Pode falar em português? Ok. Bom, muito obrigada pela pergunta. Eu escolhi a dança e a educação física porque... thank you for answer. Ah, ok.
Você fala e aí eu pego o microfone e traduzo.
Ok. Tá, ok. Bom, eu escolhi trabalhar com dança, ser bailarina, né? Porque a dança ela faz parte da minha vida. Inicialmente, eu não tive um contato positivo com a dança. Eu fui considerada não apta aos 8 anos a praticar. Só que ali, tanto eu quanto a minha família, nós tínhamos 2 caminhos. Ou desistir de algo que era importante, inclusive, para a minha socialização, porque a dança ela vai muito além de movimento. Ela trabalha a questão da autoestima, da socialização, e o movimento ele é uma consequência. Então, lá naquela época, 1992, onde ainda pouco se falava de inclusão, a minha família teve 2 caminhos. Ou desistir, né, de tentar algo que contribuísse com o meu processo de integração na sociedade, ou então permanecer, né, persistir. E eu tive a sorte de conseguir persistir. Então, a partir daquela negativa, daquela época, eu fui aceita em outros locais, e a dança se tornou realmente um elemento de superação, de transposição de limites diário para mim. Então, eu fui me apaixonando muito pela prática. Aos 13 anos, eu já tinha certeza que eu ia trabalhar, que era isso que eu queria, que era isso que eu queria levar para a minha vida. E, com relação aos limites do espaço, com certeza, são desafios diários, né? Aqui, por exemplo, eu acabei de conhecer esse espaço, nos palcos, mas a gente vai desenvolvendo, ao longo da vida, estratégias para poder vencer esses obstáculos. Mas, assim, muito além dessas estratégias que eu utilizo, e não só eu, pessoa com deficiência visual, mas outras pessoas com deficiência também, muito além dessas estratégias que a gente utiliza para vencer essas barreiras, é a vontade de fazer algo diferente, não hoje, como professora, não só por mim, mas pelas pessoas que eu tenho o prazer de ensinar, né? Então, é essa vontade que me fazia todos os dias, a cada desafio, a cada dificuldade de visualizar um movimento, enfim, até de me integrar mesmo nas práticas, eram essa vontade, esse amor que a dança me trouxe, né, essa possibilidade, que me fez romper todos os desafios. E hoje, como professora no ensino superior, também no ensino básico, e sendo uma professora com deficiência, eu tento, né, através das atividades que são propostas dentro da extensão que eu coordeno, eu tento levar para esses alunos esse objetivo com relação à dança, que não exige, assim, que as dificuldades elas não podem se sobrepor à vontade a vontade de fazer, né? Então, assim, eu tenho pessoas que não são da dança, que não passaram por escolas de dança, na verdade, todas aqui, que estão aqui hoje, e elas, né, não são pessoas com deficiência, mas elas são pessoas que romperam outros limites e outras barreiras para poder estar aqui, que é a questão do aprender a dançar, mas a gente sempre dialoga dentro do UniBH Fit sobre a importância do que é estar aqui hoje, o que é dançar, e que vai para além da técnica. E o principal, que cada uma aqui tem a contribuir do seu jeito, com as suas condições, né, que é muito que vai de encontro com relação à questão da equidade, e que isso é muito importante para a sociedade como um todo, né? É isso. Muito obrigada.
Hello. I'll try to give an abridged version, okay? So the main thing that I would like to point out is that she was deemed unfit for dancing when she was 8. And at that time, she and her family were given a choice to give up on something that she valued and that was valuable for her socialization and for her integration into society, or to strive and to persist. And she did. regarding the part about space itself, there are several techniques and strategies that people learn throughout the years when performing, not just people with discapacity, but especially people with discapacity. But beyond just those strategies and those techniques to know where you are, specific things, she would like to point out the importance of persisting and using dance as a tool to overcome different social barriers. And she also stressed that the other ladies here that were also dancing, they do not have discapacities, physical ones, but they all had to overcome certain things to be here dancing. And that's something that her company likes to point out, that to dance is a way to break free from certain boundaries and to overcome certain obstacles. And that's what they were trying to bring to this presentation. Y ahora en español, más corto todavía, es que es eso. Ya has traduzido, entonces, suficiente. Muito obrigado.
Okay, so now we do a special presentation to the group to thank them. But I want to mention that one of these gifts is coming all the way from Kenya, courtesy Phoebe, who traveled all the way to this event from Kenya.
Então, a Phoebe, que veio do Quênia, trouxe esse presente para vocês.
Handmade in Kenya, and by a disability group, I believe.
Feito por grupo com desabilidades também, discapacidades.
From Tobago,
de Tobago.
Other tokens from Tobago as well. Thank you so much. That was so
Então, muito obrigado a todas.
Eu gostaria de agradecer. Esse momento vai ficar marcado, com certeza, na vida de cada um desses estudantes que estão aqui e na minha. Então, gostaria de agradecer pela oportunidade, gostaria de agradecer pelo presente. Esse aqui vai ficar na nossa sala. Nós temos uma sala nossa lá no UniBH e vai ser parte dessa sala agora, a partir de hoje. Muito obrigada. E gostaria de agradecer a Graciele Massoli, minha orientadora de mestrado, doutorado e minha parceira e amiga muito querida. Muito obrigada.
And now I will pass on to Cynthia to just give us some more instructions about lunch. It's now 5 to 1. We will break for lunch and come back at 5 to 2 p.m. promptly so we can finish our program. We have other presenters waiting to come, and the morning has been brilliant. I'm sure you will agree. Got off to a late start, but when we got going, and it was wonderful, and we've had some wonderful people just chip in and do some lovely things for us with the translating. Isn't that wonderful? Let's give him a round of applause for that. And remember, it's a networking event as well, so don't stay with all your people from Argentina or from the Caribbean or from Brazil. Mix, okay? So we back here promptly I'm saying quarter to 2 o'clock, okay? Thank you. So
Look,
Cynthia will tell you about lunch.
There is a France Café here inside the Assembleia de São Paulo. No, there isn't. A France Café, right? Yes, here inside. And you have a restaurant very close here, Villa Fiori, right? I think, because Mohammed gave me that. Mohammed, can you please say this to them about the restaurants? But I think Villa Fiori is the closest one here, right?
Oh yeah, if you put in your Waze or maps, Villa Fiori will be in 10 minutes from here by foot. So it's close. And there's a France Café inside the assembly. I think that the France Café is the easier place. All right.
It's okay. So if you have questions, you can ask me whatever you want. Okay?
Curious? Hmm? El micrófono.
and disseminating indigenous Caribbean educational content and empowering educators through professional learning and development. I'm going too fast. She's a researcher, author, and publisher. In 2022, Alicia led a group of Caribbean educators who conducted research focused on implementing inclusive educational practitioners to make schools spaces of belonging. This research was presented at the Institute for Educational Administration and Leadership, Jamaica's biannual conference, and the publication is in press. Ladies and gentlemen, Alicia Messiah from the Caribbean IFIP Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the welcome. Thank you, Freddie. So as Freddie said, my presentation today, we're looking at how can we create safe and inclusive environments that prioritize the psychosocial well-being of all students and teachers. My colleague Janelle could not be with us today, so I'm presenting on her behalf. So, could we have the next slide, please? Thank you. These are, you met some of us already. We are the members of the Caribbean delegation. You'll see on the last row, that's our colleague Janelle, who could not be with us today. However, our presentation is based on Janelle's school. Next slide, please. So 2 things, just for us to be a bit grounded. We all know inclusive education. We are talking about education for all. So for all students, regardless of their abilities, backgrounds, and needs. So keep that in your mind, and also let's take into consideration psychosocial well-being. And why is psychosocial well-being important? It's important for a number of reasons, among them, of course, enhanced academic performance for our students, creating a positive classroom environment, also allowing our teachers and students to build resilience to stress, social skills development, and then the long-term health benefits. Next slide, please. You could go ahead and click. You could go ahead, please. There are 2 more. Go ahead. Thank you. Okay, so take a look at these headlines. We have several headlines. All of them are negative headlines. Vicious school fight caught on tape. School fight goes viral. Students stabbed at school. These are headlines that were in the press for the school that we're going to look at today, Signal Hill Secondary School. Unfortunately, this was a very traumatic period for the school where students were involved in several fights and negative activities. Of course, it made the press. Headlines went viral. Coming out of this situation, the teachers, parents, and students at Signal Hill Secondary School in Tobago decided we need to do something. So coming out of this negative situation, Signal Hill wanted to create a safe and welcoming school. So keep this in mind, and we're going to look at how Signal Hill Secondary transformed from this environment, which of course we can see was not a safe and welcoming environment. So we're going to look at what they did. Next slide, please. This list shows several initiatives that Signal Hill Secondary School took in their quest to become a safe and welcoming school. The list, of course, is by no means an exhaustive list. However, we're going to examine how successful these measures were. So firstly, we have stakeholder engagement, physical environment enhancement, creating safe spaces, enabling student voice, training and professional development, and monitoring and evaluation. Again, this is not an exhaustive list. However, these are the measures that Signal Hill Secondary decided to implement in its quest to become a safe and welcoming school. So our first step is stakeholder engagement, which is extremely important if we are to create an environment that's going to be safe and welcoming for students and for our teachers. At Signal Hill Secondary, it was recognized that creating this environment could not be done by the school alone. So one of the major steps that they took was to involve the entire community, as many stakeholders as possible: parents, staff, students, past students, and members of the business community. Now, of course, why? Why should we involve our stakeholders? Again, if we would like to create an environment that is inclusive, that is welcoming, we want everyone to feel as if they are a part of our school. Next slide, please. So, here we have an image of the Parent Teachers Association at Signal Hill Secondary School. Signal Hill Secondary School's principal, at the time of all the negative press, fights, etc., that were taking place, she made a call, and she said, we need the community to become involved if we would like to transform our school. Borrowing from an old African proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. This is where this initiative was born: stakeholder engagement. Everyone coming together, everyone recognizing we all have a part to play in transforming our environment. So on my left, we have the Parent Teachers Association conducting an assembly at the school. To the top right, that is called a village meeting, where parents, past students, and other stakeholders come together to discuss what measures can be implemented to improve the environment at Signal Hill. Next slide, please. This shows us a sample of some initiatives of the Parent Teachers Association. One of the initiatives the association implemented was working with skilled professionals in psychology and psychiatry, asking parents to indicate what areas they would like training in. These are examples of 3 sessions that were conducted via Zoom. Some of the topics: children's mental health, troubled tweens and teen girls, managing problem behaviors. The Zoom sessions were held, and of course, they're free of charge. Parents can attend, parents, staff, so it's again bringing together the community. Next slide, please. This is another of the initiatives of the Parent Teachers Association, which is heavily involved in the school. So creating positive opportunities for students, parents, and staff. This was an initiative, it was a competition to encourage students to grow their own food. So the competition was Grow, Eat, and Learn. What you're seeing here are some parents as well as students involved in preparing the land for planting. Next slide, please. So that was just a snippet of some of the initiatives in terms of stakeholder engagement. The second initiative that Signal Hill implemented was beautifying its environment. Why beautify its environment? because getting your students and staff involved in improving the physical infrastructure goes a long way in helping students to feel welcome. Also in helping students to understand that this is their space and they take ownership of this space. When we get our students involved in beautifying their own environment, they feel a better sense of ownership. Next slide, please. So we have another picture here that shows the students planning for the painting of a peace mural. Again, this initiative, of course, teachers did assist, but this was totally led by students. Next slide, please. Go one slide back, right. If you look at the top right, you'll see the completed mural, which was fully accomplished by students. The second picture shows us students getting ready to plant some trees. So not just the painting of murals, but also planting different trees around the campus. The third picture on my left, thank you. Third picture on my left is one of 6 spaces that was donated by a past student. So if we go back to the first initiative, stakeholder engagement, we see here the involvement of students, staff, and past students. In terms of beautifying the environment, if you can see from the picture, we see another mural that was painted. And this space encourages students to come together, to interact socially. It builds their collaboration skills, and it also creates that sense of home and belonging. The larger picture is another picture that shows students and staff getting ready to plant some more trees in the compound. Next slide, please. So just to recap, we had stakeholder engagement and beautifying the physical environment. Our third initiative that was implemented was the creating of safe spaces. Why create a safe space? Now, a safe space for students and teachers. Safe spaces are essential if we are saying that we are creating an environment that is welcoming for our staff and students. Why is it important? It's important for emotional safety. We would like our students and our teachers to feel that they can express themselves without fear of ridicule. It also encourages, when you feel that you are in a safe space, it encourages the formation of relationships. So again, focusing on building those social interacting skills, having positive relationships with peers as well as teachers. Let's go back to the previous slide, please. Thank you. One of the very important things that Signal Hill implemented in terms of creating safe spaces was the implementation of a conflict resolution center. Now, we know that our young people often have several issues, one of them being anger, and our young people can't control their emotions, do not know how to positively express their emotions, hence creating a safe space where they can feel it's okay to express what I am feeling. And again, not just focus on students, but focus on teachers as well. And essentially, this encourages well-being, because we want our teachers and our students to be healthy, not just physically, but emotionally and mentally. Next slide, please. Thank you. These are some pictures of the Xavier King Conflict Resolution Center. It was an initiative of one of the school's past vice principals. If we go back to the slide we saw with all those negative headlines, This initiative was built out of Mr. King's desire for the students to understand how to deal with their emotions, how to positively deal with conflict, create a safe space where students can express themselves, but not just express themselves, but learn how to deal with those negative feelings that they had. So he recognized that students were very angry. Because they were angry, they were getting involved in fights and several negative activities. So he wanted, rather than punish them and suspend them, he wanted to teach them how to deal with those negative emotions they were experiencing. Next slide, please. We have a short video clip here with one of the teachers at Signal Hill Secondary speaking about the Conflict Resolution Center. Could we play the clip, please? Can we increase the volume? We do have speak. Okay. Oh, okay. Could we try?
There's section over there.
Thank you.
Yeah, where it is more the let's just say the technical aspect where they complete documents and stuff. In this section, we try to have a more intimate setting where they feel comfortable, the couch is there, they don't feel, oh, they could just relax. Because sometimes we just need them to relax to be able to just talk to them. Their answers would be, you know, more forthcoming. And that's what we want because we have to get to the source of the problem. And on the other end of the class, the area, we have a more formal setting where we do training because our prefects, tomorrow we are training our prefects in conflict resolution because they have to interact as well with the students. So that is why we have that area on the other side because we can have formal training sessions. Even the facilitators who are involved with the program, who execute it with our students, we have to train them. So.
Thank you. So this teacher was giving a bit of background information into the center. The center is set up in such a way where there's a particular area for students to sit and speak with someone and express what they're feeling, what challenges they're having. So that's one section. Another section of the center is dedicated specifically to training. So it's not simply creating this space, and we have a space where people can share their feelings. They also invested heavily in training their students in conflict resolution skills. One of the groups that was trained was their school prefects. So allowing their school prefects to work with younger students. So you introduce the training to the older students, then they work with their younger peers. Not only students were trained in conflict resolution and mediation, also staff was trained in conflict resolution and mediation. Next slide, please. Thank you. So that was creating safe spaces. Next initiative was enabling student voice. We live in an age where our young people have opinions about everything. And we need to create an environment where our young people feel safe enough to express their opinions. And it's ironic that we operate in education and many times we don't allow our students to express themselves. They do have very good ideas. They can offer solutions to many of the problems that the world faces today, but ironically, we don't give them the opportunity to do so. And the staff at Signal Hill Secondary wanted to create several opportunities for their students to make their voices heard. Why is it important to let our young people make their voices heard? It's important because those are the ones who are going to change the world that we live in today. It also allows them to develop leadership skills. It helps them to think critically. It encourages collaboration. And also, when we give our students a voice, we allow them to feel that ownership in their school. Not just feel ownership, but they recognize, I can change this environment. I can create the school that I want. Next slide, please. This is an example of a town council meeting. So coming out of allowing